right, good evening, everyone. It is May 22nd. Welcome to our Mableton City Council regular meeting. I'd like to start off by just thanking everyone for coming and ask Madam Clerk to call the roll, please.
Mayor Owens.
Present.
Councilmember District 1, Ron Davis.
Present.
Councilmember District 2, Damian Oladapo.
Present.
Councilmember District 3, Keisha Jeffcoat.
Present.
Councilmember District 4, Patricia Out.
Present.
Councilmember District 5, TJ Ferguson.
Present.
Councilmember District 6, Deborah Herndon.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If you guys at the end are having some audio problems, let me know. And same back there, sir. Thank you.
Can we turn off that fan or whatever? Making that
I don't know
sounds
if
like a drum?
I don't know if we have authority for that. All right. With that being said, Councilman Davis, could you lead us in invocation, please?
Let us bow. Oh, gracious and most high God, we thank you, Father. We thank you for this day, for it is a day that you've made, and we'll rejoice, Father. Father, right now, we just pray that your mighty hand reach down and touch each of these residents, each of these council members, the mayor, Father God, the public safety officers, the EMTs, everyone, Father God, associated with this city and beyond, Father, that you would guide us, Lord, in what we must do as a council to make this city what you would have it to be. So continue to guide us, strengthen us, Father God, give us wisdom, give us a spirit of unity. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
Thank you, sir.
Deputies on.
A pledge of allegiance. Yes, sir, if you wouldn't mind.
Would everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
All
I
right.
think it's northeast,
Yeah.
the capital is northeast.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
All right, it takes us to item 5, which is the approval of the agenda. Council members, you all provided a copy of the agenda ahead of time. I would like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda as written.
I motion to approve the agenda as written.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. All those in favor of approval of agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Here in opposition, ayes have it. Thank you. This takes us to item 6, which is acknowledgements and proclamations. I do not believe we have any this evening. So I'll take us on to item 7, which is appointments. I don't think we have any official appointments this evening either. However, I will make note that I know there are some people in the audience today that has been at least preliminarily tapped to be a part of our our Zoning Board of Appeals and our Planning Commission. So for those who are here, thank you for coming tonight. As most of you come to many of our meetings, there will be a training session that will happen tomorrow morning. That training session is being done with the Carl Vinson Institute, as well as it will be at the Georgia Municipal Association. For those of you familiar with or not familiar with both of those organizations, the Carl Vinson Institute was the organization that actually created the feasibility study when Mableton was looking at becoming a city. So we reached out to them and asked for their support and assistance in providing training for us, specifically for our boards and commissions authorities, this one specifically being around planning and zoning. As many of you know, that is part of one of the services that we'll be transitioning. So this is a pretty large milestone in the city being able to move forward with that. Georgia Municipal Association, of course, has been one of our guiding institutions. They are there to protect and advocate for cities, and they have been gracious enough to host this training for us tomorrow as well. So again, thank you all that here. If you still have wants and needs to serve and be appointed, please reach out to myself or your council person, and as official appointments will be made soon. So thank you for that. With that being said, let's move to item 8, which is announcements, presentations, and reports. There is a presentation that we have, which is item A, is presentation of a concept plan for 6116 Mableton Parkway. That is Suite 144. Chad Kastner is here of AEI Engineering. This presentation is going to be a conceptual plan and drawing that relates to one of the needs that the city has for space. Again, as we're talking about taking over services, growing the city and expanding, one of those key items is going to be where are our employees going to be. So with that, Mr. Kastner of AEI Engineering, please go forth with your presentation, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Chad Kastner. I'm with American Engineers. If you will please look at that 11 by 17 piece of paper I put on your desk, the logo will be up on the top right corner, and I can run through the layout with you. So when you come in, we have a lobby intake area, and that will be for people to come in, meet with the staff. We have a reception area that will be able to come up to that pass-through. If somebody has plans or anything like that, they can interact with them through that. We have a hallway down to a joint conference room that can be used by all the code enforcement officers. We have a bullpen area that has seating for 6 people in cubicles. We have a storage room, a break room, and we are adding a restroom. The space already has 1 restroom, but this will create a second one so we can have 2. Storage space and an existing utility area. The total square footage will be roughly 1,500 square feet. With this, we've captured what we believe is the needs of the city in this, and we met today with Fire Marshal Nick Dowell and went through it, and he was very supportive of this and thought this would go through pretty well. With that, is there any questions I can answer?
One question I have, when I look at the storage area up front, is that secure storage? What are we doing with that?
So that can be used for secure storage. If you have information that has sensitive information, you could use that, or general storage. Also, your office supplies are going to need Post-it notes, pens, paper, items like that.
And that's to the rear. That's actually to the rear of the building.
Okay. I'm sorry, City Manager, I couldn't understand you.
No, I think you said, was it the front, that storage is to the rear?
Yeah, yes, sir. It's in the rear of it. It's on the south side of the building, if you will, just above the restrooms. So you come in from the top of the sheet of paper where the lobby is, and that would be down at the bottom.
I think we're passing around copies of the drawing. I do want to kind of set the stage, though, for people to back up a little bit. Again, this location is at 6116 Mableton Parkway. It is on, obviously, Mableton Parkway. If any of you know where the Hope Center is that Ms. Carolyn Turner runs, it is in that same plaza, a couple of doors down from that. The primary utilization for, the anticipated utilization for this space will mainly be for our community development department, if you will, our building inspectors, our code enforcement officers, providing a workspace for them as well as for people that would want to come in and share designs and information of that nature. So I don't know if Mr. Kastner or City Manager, if you have any more detail, but I want to make sure there's a full appreciation for what this space is being designed for. I mean, I appreciate the specifics itself, but sometimes having an understanding of what the actual planned use for it would be helpful as well. Any other questions?
Yeah, I had a quick question. This center section here, this is the workspace, an additional workspace behind it, is that, or?
Yes, ma'am. So
Chad,
right in the center.
Can you repeat the question for everybody? It echoes in here. Repeat the question. No, Kastner.
I was,
Kastner, repeat the question.
Sorry. So the question is the cubicles. It looks like there are rooms for 4 in the center and 2 on the bottom, and that is correct. So each one of these cubicles is roughly 6 feet by 6 feet. So there's 4 spaces. So the top left is a space, top right's a space, bottom right, bottom left, and then underneath it there's 2 there, workspaces.
Any other questions?
I guess no further questions. If if necessary, on another setting, we can discuss. We'll bring him back. But we just wanted the council to be aware of our concept. So thank you, Mr. Kastner.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kastner. With that, City Manager, anything else you would like to add related to that presentation?
No, Mr. Manager. No, Mr. Mayor. That is it.
Thank you. All right, it takes us to item 8B, which is the overview of the urban redevelopment planning. Council, you've received a handout from our city attorney. At this point in time, Madam Attorney, if you would like to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
So, Mayor, I was hoping, we received notice today that we were relocating from the room that we were in previously, so I was hoping that we would be able to demonstrate and show the presentation on the board, so we can't do that. So I will make sure that the city clerk has a copy that she can post on the website so that the public can see the information that's discussed and shared with the council tonight.
Emilia, can I request that you pick up the mic and put it right here at your mouth, please?
Okay, absolutely. Is that better?
There you go.
Okay. So yeah, I was just saying that we had to relocate rooms, so we don't have the board that we have in the other room to show the presentation to the public, but I will make sure that the clerk gets a copy so that she can post it on the website. So after the meeting, you will be within a time range able to go to the website and look at the presentation. So Mayor and Council, this is presented because the city, as it grows and as it matures and as it just reaches age and continues in its operation, there will be opportunities that come across for the city to engage in land acquisitions and redevelopment projects, et cetera. So this would, I brought this to the council so that the council would have opportunity to discuss the vehicles that are created by the state of Georgia to move forward with these type opportunities, and also to serve as an education piece so that when these opportunities do come up, the public will be somewhat familiar and aware with what the council may be participating in. So with respect to this presentation, if you flip to the first page, it talks about the Urban Redevelopment Authority's laws. And basically what I did here is I put two subsections from your charter. I put subsection 113 that talks about your ability to exercise urban redevelopment laws and authorities and opportunities. And it says, example of power, in power number 40 enumerated is for the city to organize and operate an urban redevelopment program. Now, ordinarily, you were used to, in your existence, to having boards, commissions, and authorities that are designated and operated and governed under Section 311 of your charter. So I put that section here too so you could look at that. If you'll note, under Section 311, your urban redevelopment authorities are one of those vehicles where you do not operate under Section 311. And if you look at the red language that I've highlighted, it says that all boards and commissions shall do X, Y, Z, except where otherwise prescribed by the charter or by law. So the Urban Redevelopment Authority's law is one of those laws that governs your conduct here. So when you do move forward and you do proceed and you have questions with respect to what you can and can't do, I would just advise you to go to, and I put it here, it's Urban Redevelopment Law, and it's OCGA Section 3661(1) et sec. And what that basically means, that et sec, is that it's a sequence that falls below this. So 3661(1), 3661(2), et cetera. And that particular series of statutes will govern your operations just as far as your urban redevelopment activities, as well as the composition, creation, and kind of all aspects of what you'll do with urban redevelopment. So I wanted to highlight some of the one of the key pieces of the urban redevelopment law, and this is particularly with respect to if you utilize this vehicle, some of the issues that you'll confront. And one, you are not creating, so for the city to engage its urban redevelopment powers, it has to create, or not create, but it has to basically activate its urban redevelopment agency, and that activation is done through a series of steps that I'll walk you through later in the presentation. But essentially, my point for this is letting you know that you are not actually creating this. So this is not a city-created entity. This will be a state-created entity that allows you to use this as a vehicle for the best interest and the better development of the community, the better redevelopment of the community. And then I also, at the end of each subsection that I have here, I put the reference to the state code. So as I'm going through this, if you have a question, you can also flip to the page behind it because I've copied the state code there as well. So members, one thing that's different with the state creation of this is that members are appointed by the mayor with the advice and the consent of the city council. So that means that the mayor would make the appointees and he would make the recommendation, but it still would be subject to the consent of the council, but the mayor would bring that recommendation to the council, and then the council would be their discretion to accept it or not. And then that is subsection 3661-18B. So if you want to flip behind it and look at that section, you have that for reference. Another key point is that it says the URA shall consist of such numbers of commissioners with such terms of office as shall be determined by the local governing body. So this means that you have great flexibility to determine your composition, the terms of office, how many years they serve, etc. So you do have that flexibility. The members of the URA are referred to as commissioners, and the mayor is required to designate a chair as well as a vice chair. And if you'll notice, this is also different from your charter because in your charter, the commissions actually appoint the chairs and the vice chairs. And here, it would be the mayor appointing that for the URA. And then that's subsection 3661-18E. Now, URA commissioners must serve without compensation, but they're permitted to receive reimbursements. So for the expenses that they incur just in traveling, if there's any training that they need to go to, if there's just any reasonable expense within the performance of their duties, the city is allowed, not required, but is allowed to reimburse them for those out-of-pocket costs. Now, one thing that I'd like to highlight is that when you look at the state statute, just be very careful because the state statute talks about a board of commissioners and then a commissioner. The Board of Commissioners, when referenced in the state statute, is referencing the county because the county is subject to the same guidelines and restraints that the city is subject to. So instead of the county having its own urban redevelopment authority code, the General Assembly put everything together. So you'll see reference to commissioners, and when you see reference to commissioners and it doesn't have a Board of Commissioners next to it, it's referring to the urban redevelopment commissioners that you establish. And when you see reference to Board of Commissioners, it's referring to the county commission. And I just wanted to let you know that so when you read through, it doesn't become confusing if you elect to read through the state statute. So the urban redevelopment law permits public officers of the city to serve as commissioners of the URA. And then I don't know if you're familiar with your charter to the extent the code section, I think it's not section 3, no, it actually is section 311. If you look at your charter section 311, it says that unless otherwise prescribed by law, and I think it might be subsection E, but I know it's under 311, but it says unless otherwise prescribed by law, you cannot, and not just you, it's your development authority, just your commissions, your other authorities cannot serve on companion boards. But in this unique case, it does allow you to serve in that capacity. So whether it's you, it's your development authority, the law does allow the city or who you designate to serve in this function and this capacity. And then one interesting thing that I would also like to highlight is that the officials and employees of the city are prohibited from voluntarily acquiring an interest in any property that is included as part of a redevelopment project or in any contract in connection to the project. And that is even after the project's completed. Just keep in mind for the public, if there's members of the public who are ever appointed or if there's members of the council, just anyone, just keep in mind that if you have intended plans or you may want to invest in a redevelopment area, then sitting on the board is not for you, just because you would be prohibited from engaging in that conduct or those activities. And then if this is what I referenced earlier where I said I copied and pasted, so this is actually just a quotation actually this is the entire subsection of 3661.18, but as you can see, it just covers those subsections. And then I would also like to point you to the bottom to subsection F, and I would just caution the council to just make sure that you vet very carefully who sits on this board, because this is one of the boards. Sometimes people sit in positions and it works or it doesn't work, but they may not find that out until they're actually sitting on the board, and you may not find that out until they're sitting on the board. But under the state statute, you cannot remove someone who you've appointed to the board, so you don't have that discretion. And I'll say you cannot remove them without utilizing a very specific process, which could be potentially embarrassing to the person who you've appointed to have to go through that process, or even embarrassing for public relations for the city. So I would just like to emphasize that you cannot remove someone without just cause and without following the subsection F here. So that's just something that I always highlight to the cities that we represent when you create these type vehicles. And this is subsection, I actually referenced this earlier. This is the state code subsection 3661.19B. And this is just what the statute says about public officers. It says directors of a downtown development authority designated as an urban redevelopment agency pursuant to this chapter, and other public officers, and that includes you are public officers, and other public officers of the municipality or county may serve as commissioners of the urban redevelopment agency, provided that they comply with the provisions of the urban redevelopment law. So that is just that subsection that I referred to earlier. So when you're thinking about the formation of your composition, and I'd just like to clarify too that when you create an urban redevelopment plan, you can have multiple plans. So it isn't the begin and end of all. You can have a plan that addresses this area. You can have a plan that addresses this area. You can do it in a large lump sum. I mean, we've assisted cities who have done urban redevelopment plans that were in excess of 17 to 20 million. We've assisted some that have done urban redevelopment plans that were $1 million. So it's your discretion how large or how small you make the plan. The burden on the government is just going to be making sure that you have the right finance people present who can tell you what are safe mechanisms to use to move forward. And the finance people, when you deal with urban redevelopment, you have a team that comes in. You have issuers counsel, who is your legal counsel, and then you have bond counsel, as well as your financial advisors, as well as your financial director. So there is a whole team of professionals who come in with respect to this process. And the good part is that the General Assembly has created that if you finance a project, an urban redevelopment project through this vehicle, at the end of that process, you have to go through the Superior Court. So the Superior Court will look at everything and check it off and say, you know what, this looks good, you can move forward. So that's one of the benefits of using the Urban Redevelopment Authority. You have those added assurances on all levels, and you have those engagements. And the good part is that traditionally, with respect to financing, the professionals who typically come on board and help, they are typically paid through the financing of the project. So that alleviates the ability or the burden to have to pay for those services through the general fund directly. So if you look here, I've included examples of the board composition, because in Georgia, cities do it all over the board. Some cities have their boards that are entirely the mayor and council. And if you look at that, I included Brookhaven, their Mayor Park is the mayor and is the chairman, and then Councilman Funny is the vice chair of their Urban Redevelopment Authority, and then the remaining members of the mayor and council are the commissioners. And Stockbridge does that as well. And I just included 2 here just to illustrate, but there are multiple whose mayor and council actually serve as their urban redevelopment authority. There are also multiple whose mayor and council do not serve as their urban redevelopment authority. It's just scattered across the state. And then there are others who have a hybrid. And if you flip the page, I included those others who have that hybrid. And again, there are multiple cities who have this hybrid, but for your purposes, I'm just illustrating 1 to 2, so you can just see what an example of those hybrid models are. And I've included, the top is Doraville. And if you look at the last sentence, and this is taken from Doraville's website where they talk about and discuss their urban redevelopment authority, it says that the last sentence, the last portion of the last sentence says that the Doraville URA consists of 3 council members, 2 DDA members, and that DDA for the public stands for Downtown Development Authority, but that's 2 council members, 3 council members, 2 DDA members, and 2 residents. And then if you look at the other example I provided, that is the city of Snellville. Their URA, and URA by, I mean Urban Redevelopment Authority, their Urban Redevelopment Authority consists of 1 council member. So they have 1 council member seat who serves for the duration of their term. So if an opportunity arises and the council does elect to proceed with an urban redevelopment project on either a small scale or a large scale, you would need to look to the state statute. And one of the first sections that you'll look to is OCGA 36615. And this is the requirement that you have to prepare a resolution saying that you actually need this. So this subsection says, and I'll read it for the public, it says, no municipality or county shall exercise any of the powers conferred upon municipalities and counties by this chapter until its local governing body has adopted a resolution that finds, and then it has 2 things. It says 1 or more pockets of blight exist in that municipality, and 2, that the rehabilitation, conservation, redevelopment, or any combination thereof of those areas is necessary in the interest of public health, safety, morals, and welfare of that particular city. So if you do find that there are pockets of blight and that the rehab, conservation, redevelopment, and combination would benefit the area, you are allowed to then create that resolution and move forward with the process. Now the question becomes, what is a pocket of blight? Because when a lot of people think of a pocket of blight, they think of a rundown apartment complex or houses that are along the corridor that are dilapidated and unkept. But this is not the vehicle for redeveloping those type projects, because that definitely is blight, but that is not the blight that's anticipated under your urban redevelopment powers. The blight that is anticipated of being addressed under your URA is blight that will negatively impact your capital improvements, your assets. And that's whether you acquire land for those capital improvement projects, whether you use existing land within the city that you already own, existing facilities, et cetera. So what I did here is I copied the definition of blight from the state statute, and it just to illustrate to you how broad this definition is. And it could include deteriorated or deteriorating structures, inadequate street layout, faulty lot layout in relation to size, adequacy or accessibility or usefulness, just unsanitary or unsafe conditions, deterioration of site or other improvements such as development that was intended but has not come to fruition and is just laying vacant and is a tax burden and it's not coming to its useful life or what it could be had it been properly redeveloped or turned into an ulterior use. It says tax or special assessment delinquency exceeding the fair value of the land. For example, if you're just not getting the best buck for your dollar, meaning that if you put a nice project, this could be generating revenue for the community and your tax base. It could be giving people somewhere to go for recreation, for for food truck. Goodness, and I'm bringing up food truck because one of my other clients just created a food truck park, and the community was surprisingly happy. I thought that they would get a little bit of pushback, but that community in particular was very happy to have a food truck park. They did find that to be a benefit or an asset, and it is a very low level cost enhancement that can generate a lot of economic revenue for the city. But it's just any of those type projects. There's a laundry list of things that you can use it here for. It says, and I'm reading expressly from the statute now, it says a combination of these factors and then things that just would impair or arrest the sound growth of the city. So if anyone's interested, they can also go to this subsection and look at OCGA section 3661.2 here, and you can see just some of the opportunities and potential that exist with respect to these vehicles. And then I also included section 16 because I thought that this would give you a good illustration of what some of the redevelopment projects could consist of. And there are other sections within the state statute too, but this subsection lists the acquisition of a pocket of blight or a portion thereof, rehabilitation, demolition, and removal of buildings and improvements, installation, reconstruction, construction of streets, utilities, parks, playgrounds, and other improvements necessary for carrying out just your redevelopment plan and redevelopment powers. And subsection D, which is making land available for future development or redevelopment by private enterprise or public agencies, which includes sale, leasing, or retention by the municipality or county itself at a fair value for the use in accordance with the urban redevelopment plan. So those are just some of the allowable uses there. And then just as far as illustrative steps, this is not the entire process. If we talked about the entire process, we'd be here until tomorrow because I've validated multiple bonds, and your bond validation documentation, it's going to be, 4,000 pages. And that's even if you did a very, very small project, because it's voluminous documentation. The good part is that the bicycle doesn't get recreated, and you utilize basically the same processes. So the forms that we will utilize are forms that have been traditionally and consistently utilized by cities across the state. And again, we will have, if you ever elect to pursue this avenue, you will have the benefit of issuers counsel, like I said earlier, bond counsel, financial advisors, your own financial advisor, as well as the Superior Court. And then the public too. So I'll talk about that component on this page. So here are the illustrative steps, and this is not exhaustive, but it's just illustrative. One, if you did get an opportunity, or if you decided to look at certain opportunities, you would identify the geographic area as to what would constitute your urban redevelopment area, and then you would adopt a resolution. It's in the legal world, we refer to this as the prerequisite resolution, but this resolution would lay out just that you think it's necessary and in the best interest of the city to hone in and focus in on this area for potential current future uses that are within the allowable parameters of the urban redevelopment law. So you would adopt that resolution, and then you would also adopt a resolution that activates your urban redevelopment authority. You would prepare your urban redevelopment plan. And as I mentioned briefly earlier, that plan can be very tiny. You can say, you know what, we're not going to tackle on, millions and millions of dollars in bond financing. It could be to the extent that is economically practicable and responsible for your city. And that would, like I said, include the advisement of multiple people coming to the table to help advise you on those processes. And then the law also requires that you hold a public hearing so that you can hear if the community is interested, get feedback from the community, because they will be the ones who are most immediately impacted by whatever you do with respect to the URA, and that's whether they benefit today, tomorrow, or years to come. So there is a public engagement process where they share their thoughts, and we would have to notice your actions in the newspaper, as well as with the notifications that go out just generally for public meetings. So my point is that with that level of public engagement, there is a heightened level of notification that the state requires just to ensure that the public is aware when you're proceeding along these parameters. And then bond validation, and that's the process that I referred to earlier, and that's where we take it to the Superior Court and we get the stamp of approval. In this case, it would be the Cobb County Superior Court on moving forward. And then if you get that stamp of approval from the Superior Court, it would allow you to go to the next step, which is receipt of the financing and implementation of the project. And if you have any questions, I can entertain those.
Questions, comments, concerns? All right, hearing no questions or comments, thank you, Madam Attorney, for the URA presentation, insightful and informative. With that, I would like to move on to item 9, which is our public comments. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comments cards?
Excuse me, yes, I did have a request during the week from one person, so I have them as number 1. And I have another one, and also I'm not sure that everybody noticed there was public comment cards over here. If anybody needs to make an announcement or anything, if not, I'll just go with these two. And the first one is Jeff Pageant of Friends of Mableton to talk about a beautification award. And the podium's over here.
Yes, hey, how y'all doing tonight? I just want to let y'all know that the Friends of Mableton was recognized by Keep Georgia Beautiful for the auxiliary award for doing what we do, get out and work in the community and work with other nonprofits and just help. Just basically, it all comes down to the Lions Club's got it down. We just serve, and I just want to thank all the Friends of Mableton that came out and helped us, and I look forward to the future of Keep Mableton Beautiful.
Barry, I want to ask, was that an award? What was the award again? That was by the state award, right? Keep Georgia Beautiful. It's a pretty big deal. All right, congratulations.
Okay, and I don't know if you can hear me, but it's Robin Meyer, the second card. And is there anybody else who wanted to speak that did not? Okay, all right, Robin Meyer from District 3. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Robin Meyer, and I co-chair the Zoning Committee for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. And I'm here tonight to comment briefly on your proposed zoning ordinance. I've also sent you a letter, but I wanted to just bring a few things to your attention at this meeting before you take this under consideration. First, we wanted to bring to your attention that we think it's important that the Planning Commission and Zoning Board appointees live in their districts at the time they are appointed and for their entire term. The way the proposed ordinance reads, they could move from their district to another district during that term and still qualify to represent that original district. We think it's important that both those boards have a representative in all corners of the city at all times. We also believe that it's important that the positions of chair and vice chair on those two entities rotate annually. I am certain that you'll be appointing folks, very able and capable and competent folks, and each and every one of them would be able to serve as chair and vice chair of those boards. So I think that as you look around at your sister cities, you'll find that a best practice is for those offices to rotate on a regular basis and not create the expectation that anyone will stay for quite a long time. We'd also suggest that you look again at the ability to call a special called meeting of those boards on 24-hour notice. We think that's simply not enough for applicants, zoning or variance applicants or the public. And we would also recommend that while you're adopting this original ordinance, that you include a conflict of interest provision in it. I think it's the sort of thing that, in the interest of transparency and public confidence, is something that should be addressed at the get-go, at the outset. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer.
No more cards.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Having no more cards, we're going to move on from the public comment section to item 10, which is the consent agenda. This consent agenda, I think, has two items. The May 8th, 2024 regular meeting minutes, and the May 8th work session minutes. So that was all included as part of the packet that the council has received. So at this point in time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
I second.
Thank you. So moved and seconded. Called to question. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you. We'll move on to item 11, which are unfinished business. The first item is unfinished business. Is a second read of the consideration of approval for an ordinance amending Chapter 2, the administration of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinance, to add a section dealing with oaths. Madam Attorney, I know that you had spoke to this prior on our first read that was held on May the 8th of 2024. Has there been any suggested updates or changes that you've received?
No, I've not made any changes, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. With that being said, I would like to go ahead and entertain a motion to approve this ordinance. Again, it's ordinance amending Chapter 2, administration of the City of Mableton, of the section dealing with oaths.
Motion to approve the ordinance amending Chapter 2, administration of City of Mableton Codes of Ordinances, to add section dealing with oaths.
I second.
Thank you. Been moved and properly second. I'd like to call a vote. All those in favor of approval of the ordinance amending Chapter 2 dealing with the section of oaths, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you for that. This takes us to the second item of unfinished business, which deals with the comprehensive plan, what we've dubbed as Mableton 2045. If you recall, Council, our last meeting, we had selected, our 6 companies had responded to an RFQ. We at that point worked through a ratings rubric basically to narrow it down to 3. At that point in time, a selection panel was selected at our last meeting. That selection panel has worked diligently over the last 2 weeks to host face-to-face as well as remote meetings and questions and other meetings as well, with the goal and efforts of narrowing that down to 1. This selection panel obviously was headed up by our city manager, consisted of 3 members of the mayor and council as well as 3 staff members. What I'd like to do at this time is turn the floor over to our city manager. Thank you. Hold on. Let's hurry up before it comes back on. So I'll turn it over to our city manager for updates and a status and a recommendation on going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I actually want to make 2 recommendations, 2 separate recommendations. The first recommendation is based on the panel's status of recommending a deferral of the decision for the City of Mableton's comp plan services until the next council meeting. The panel felt slightly rushed in making a very important decision and wants to be very clear on their recommendation to the council and has asked for more time to dig a little deeper and have more access to the submittals. So at this time, as the panel lead, I want to recommend deferring the decision to the next council meeting.
Thank you, City Manager. With that, I would like to entertain a motion to defer this item 11B till our next
Council.
council meeting.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Just a quick question on that. Is 2 weeks enough? Or
Yes, sir.
With
2 weeks,
the
plenty.
holiday and everything?
Yes, sir. We've, if the council approves, we're already got schedules rolling.
Okay, I'll make a motion to defer this until the next council meeting, which will be on what day?
June
Right
5th.
now, I'm just calling the next council meeting. That's what I would recommend you to call it the next council meeting. I have a second recommendation that will
Yeah.
address the council date.
So the deferment, to be clear, is to move it to the next council meeting.
Right.
Did not stipulate a date, just said next council.
Just next council, okay. Make a motion to defer this conversation until the next council meeting.
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion made to defer the comprehensive plan 2045 to the next council meeting, and it had been duly seconded. All those in favor of deferring this conversation until the next council meeting, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. So we will defer this until the next council meeting. Mr. Manager, please go forward with your second recommendation.
Yes, sir. I would make a second recommendation that the council amend the council meeting calendar to change the June 12th council meeting date to June 5th.
So this ours is in conjunction with the previous motion that was just passed.
Yes, sir.
Madam Attorney, are we okay handling this matter right here at 11B, or should this fall further down into the agenda? Is it okay to handle this now? The movement of the next meeting? Because what I'd like to do is go ahead and do
Yeah, I think so. I think it sufficiently relates, because I do understand the basis is to include item A earlier, and obviously he had to get permission to have it earlier before he could do that. So I do think that it's okay to take that motion right now.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Attorney, you want to go ahead and move forward? I mean, Mr. Manager, you want to move forward with your recommendation?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor and Council, I want to make a recommendation that the council amend the council meeting calendar to change the June 12th council meeting date to June 5th.
Thank you. City Manager's made a recommendation, and with that, I'd like to entertain a motion to modify the council calendar to move the June 12th meeting to June 5th.
I would like to make a motion to amend the city council calendar and modify the June 12th meeting to June 5th.
Correct.
Second.
Thank you. So moved and seconded. All those in favor of modifying the City of Mableton Council calendar to move the May 12th meeting to June 12th meeting to June 5th, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Get the ayes have it. Just for clarity, make sure everyone is on the same page. We will not have a meeting on June 12th. That meeting will be held on June 5th. All right, thank you for that. So with that said, we'll move to item 11C. 11C is consideration and approval of the preliminary classifications of pay plan and for other purposes. There's a couple of components to this. This was an effort to us ensuring that we remain attractive and competitive when it comes to salaries for our employees, particularly for new employees as we look to hire more people. This was deferred once because we wanted to make sure that we got the latest information from DCA, which we did receive. Second component of this is that there is a role economic economic development director that we want to hire to make sure that we get the accurate and updated payment suggested rates for that. The third component of this is the city manager has been awfully busy lately determining what new employees to bring into the city. And there's a slate of, as many of you know, we have job recs out. We had put that on pause while we looked to bring in an HR director. But with that finding, we are going to have new positions or additional positions that's going to be offered with the city of Mableton. So with that being said, I want to defer this item again to give our city manager an opportunity to aggregate those new potential roles he's looking at, and so we can do this once. I really want to get away from having to do payment classification and pay plans at every meeting. We really want to aggregate these together and be able to put that out there and make any shifts we need to in payment, because we do understand this is an important item. So with that being said, I would like to entertain a motion that we defer this once again to give the city manager an opportunity to put together a slate of additional roles, and then for us to be able to consult with the DCA pay survey to ensure that we are adequately having competitive and attractive rates. So to make that short and sweet, I'd like to entertain a motion to defer the payment classification and payment plan to our next meeting. Actually, can we ask for 30 days on that? I'd like to have 30 days on that deferment. Mr. Manager, are you okay with that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So the motion I'd like to entertain is for to defer this for 30 days for the payment classification and pay plan.
I'll make a motion to defer the City of Mableton preliminary classification and pay plan for 30 days.
Thank you. Thank you. And moved and seconded. I'd like to call for a vote. All those in favor of deferring the preliminary classification and pay plan for 30 days, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Thank you. The ayes have it.
Is 30 days not GMA?
Well, it's a minimum of 30 days. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's at least 30 days. For 30 days. 30 days or more, yes. All right, so this takes us to item 12, which is new business. We do have a couple of items that are on the agenda for new business. The first one is the ordinance creating Appendix A, which is our first code of ordinance relating specifically to zoning in this specific appendix, which is A. Madam Attorney, do you want to walk us through this first read?
Yes, Mayor.
If so, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mayor and Council, this is one of the first sections. It's actually the inaugural section of your zoning code.
Exactly.
Which is coming to fruition in a larger part in coming months through public engagement, as well as the assistance of your planning and zoning consultant, as well as collaboration with Cobb County. But this is one of the first pieces in moving that process forward. And this is the establishment of your Planning Commission as well as your Board of Zoning Appeals. Now, I will say we are putting this on the agenda today just because it's a lengthy process, but there will be public engagement. There will be a public hearing on this. There will be notifications that go out into the legal organ specific to this, and there will be further processes down the line. But because this may be adopted isolated from the larger code, we are just bringing this to the council today to commence that process. We will have, as soon as your zoning consultant comes on board, which hopefully will be tomorrow, but as soon as the zoning consultant, and I will say the city has a tremendous and excellent zoning consultant, so I was very, very happy and pleased with the council selection and moving this component of the transition forward. But hopefully tomorrow, and whether it's tomorrow or not, we will have their input, an opportunity for their input on this as well. So that will be in the future. But if you look at this, it just discusses the composition as well as the makeup of your Planning Commission and your Board of Zoning Appeals. And this is another one of those pieces that is regulated by state law. So there's certain things that you have to do and that has to occur just pursuant to the Zoning Procedures Act under the Georgia Code, as well as the conflict of interest. And I know Robin Meyer mentioned it earlier through the information that she provided through the Mableton Improvement Coalition. So bottom line, the state heavily regulates what you do with respect to zoning, particularly with these two boards. So this speaks to the composition. I would like to, I thought Robin had some, the Mableton Improvement Coalition had some really good suggestions. And there are a few that I would recommend actually getting feedback on, or giving me feedback on, so that I could see if you agree or if this is something, a direction that you would like to move forward. I know that the Mableton Improvement Coalition is familiar with zoning historically with respect to Mableton, and I've spoken to Robin myself. She attended your retreat that you had this past spring, and I was able to talk to her somewhat in length about zoning and her experiences, as well as the Mableton Improvement Coalition's experiences. So one of the first things, they were recommending disqualification if the appointee, and let me clarify, this is modeled off of Brookhaven. So this is where I got this from, and I made certain modifications to it just upon reviewing Cobb County's code, but in substantial form it's modified off of off the city of Brookhaven. But they are recommending that you disqualify an appointee if they, and it will be an automatic disqualification if they relocate from the district. So the way it's currently written, if they relocate from the city, then they're disqualified. So that means that the mayor and council can appoint someone as long as they're in their district, and then that person may move outside of the district. It's currently written, if that person moves outside the council person's district, if the council person still wants them on the board, they can continue to serve as long as they're in Mableton. But the coalition is requesting that you limit it to just someone who's within your district. So that's just the council's discretion. If anyone would like to incorporate that, then you'd need to just give me direction, and my request would be to entertain a motion just so you can make sure that the entire council is in agreement. But that's one of the items. As well as they're requesting the chair, the ability to serve as the chair or the vice chair, not be a successive opportunity. The way that Brookhaven's is modeled, if there's a chair and it's working, they can continue to serve successive years. But I think, and I think the justification within the letter that the coalition provided was that with seven members and with such a large panel, you should always, you would expect, or you would reasonably expect to always have at least someone, multiple people who are qualified to serve in that position. So I think they wanted to make it to where it could not be successive. Right now, it can be successive. So if it's one person who the body determines is the chair for that year, they can re-elect them for the next year and for the next year, and as long as that person would serve on the board. So if you want to change that, then just let me know by motion, and then if you could amongst yourself vote, we can make that change. And then the other requirement, the other suggestion was to limit the notice for the Planning Commission's meetings to 72 hours. Right now, it just says, as their meetings shall be noticed as required by law. My only hesitation with that 72-hour limitation is that the Planning Commission may meet in certain instances that is not for a pending zoning item. Like, for example, they may have training that's going on, and they may not want to complete the training in that one day because it goes over, and they may want to have a special meeting to have the training at the next day. So I would be a little bit hesitant to change to 72 hours because I think it would tie their hands beyond what the state law requires. And I think the safeguard there is that if they are voting on a pending zoning application, they wouldn't be able to give 72 hours notice anyway. They would have to give notice that is far in advance of 72 hours. It would have to be published in the legal organ. The public would have to be made aware. So I don't think there's a risk, a legal risk. If they do it legally, there's no risk that they would ever have a pending application and vote on it within the 72 hours. So my recommendation would be not to put that provision in, but that if you do put the provision in, say that it only pertains to pending zoning applications. But again, like I said, the state law would not allow them to move on a pending zoning application with just 72 hours notice anyway. And then the last requirement, this one I don't recommend putting in either, and that's just because it's the subsection under the state code that deals with conflicts of interest, and this subsection is 3667A2. And what this basically says, it deals with 3 categories of people. It deals with planning commission members, zoning board members, as well as the mayor and council. So if you are in that group, then you will be subject to liability under this particular state statute if you violate this statute. And what the statute says is that you have to disclose a financial interest. You have to disclose a property interest, and you have to disclose a familial interest, and you have to do that in writing. So if you have a pending application and it's either of those 3 interests, you have to disclose it in writing. A familial interest would be that someone in your family, and it's limited to either your parent, your sibling, your child, or your spouse, if they are within those 4 categories, you have to disclose in writing to the city council, as well as the planning commission, if they're the body who's hearing this application. You have to disclose in writing, and you have to say, I have this interest. Now, if the interest is yourself and it pertains to property or finance, then you have to recuse yourself. It's an automatic disqualification. So if you don't comply with this statute, then the state gives you criminal liability, and you can be incarcerated for up to 1 year. The reason I don't suggest including this is, one, I'm concerned with preemption, because the state pervasively regulates this, and they will criminally prosecute you. So I think I'd have to do some legal research to see if you could even legally put this subsection and make it a local crime within your code. Because the general rule of law is that for you to make a state crime a local crime, you have to have explicit authorization by the General Assembly, and I'm not aware of any explicit authorization, so I would have to dig and just make sure that you weren't preempted from putting this in your code. And then also, they have to adhere to it anyway. So my recommendation would be is that if you find someone who violated this, you could refer them to the district attorney's office and then remove them from the board, and then that would put the burden on the state to fund the expense of prosecution versus the residents locally. So for that reason, because they would be subject to it anyway, and it would be a greater tax burden to put it on the city, my recommendation is to just keep this within the parameters of the state control and make referrals and recommendations if you find out that someone who is serving on one of your boards violated this particular provision. So we have those, and then we have an additional request that is a council member request just from your review and looking at this, and that is to make a modification. Right now, the years of appointment are 4 years, but the request is to make the terms 2 years, excuse me, instead of 4 years. And then with the caveat that you shall serve 2 years, but if your appointing council member leaves office before your 2 years is up, then your term will expire. And this would give the next council member who comes in the ability to make an immediate appointment to the board. So I do plan to make the first 2 changes that were requested by the Mableton Coalition, as well as the request that I just mentioned that was by the official. And if you would like me to put the 72-hour notice or incorporate the state conflict of interest subsection in it by your next read, if you could just let me know by motion.
I believe there's also a section within our charter that specifically addresses conflicts of interest. Can we just put a reference within our charter of where it's addressed so anyone who's looking over this ordinance will be directed to that section?
No, I think that's a good idea. And if no one has no objections,
okay,
then I'll include that within the next read.
Okay.
Madam Attorney, I have a question. Is it standard that planning commission members are appointed to successive terms without any limitations? I mean, I know this was patterned after Brookhaven, but is that standard that a member can just continue to serve on the board and, for however long?
I know for Brookhaven in particular, there is no, because it says explicitly that they can serve successively. And I'm trying to think if any of the cities that we represent, I'm not aware of a term limitation, although I'm not saying it doesn't exist, because it's your discretion.
Is there a benefit to having someone not have, or to not have a term limitation versus having a limitation?
The benefit would be if someone has appointed someone and that person is just a tremendous asset and it's working, obviously it would be in the community's best interest to keep them there. And I think the only downside would be if for any political reason someone may not want to keep that person because they didn't like their appointee and they just didn't take into consideration that this person, aside from their appointee, actually knows what they're talking. So I think the risk would be that it would give more room for political play, but I think the benefit would be that you would have someone who, if they know what they're doing, but on the other side, if you have someone who's just not working at all, the council may not want to publicly embarrass the person and remove them prematurely, so this would give you a shorter time frame to take someone off the board who may not be working for the board. So I think taking that into consideration, my recommendation would be that I think there's nothing wrong with 2 years, but it's the council's discretion.
So do you have a follow-on to that?
No, I was,
Okay.
my next question was going to be what would be your recommendation, so you already answered that.
So also I want to, if we take some of these in conjunction, I don't know that we're talking about anyone serving for years and years and years as a chair, right? If I firmly believe that we should go to 2-year terms instead of 4-year, which also would give any council member or myself the opportunity to replace that person if they so wished. And also in conjunction with, if they move out of the area or whatever. But by having that term, our terms bifurcated to in the 2-year period, that gives an ample opportunity. And then if that chair or vice chair isn't doing what they're supposed to do, gives them an easier way to kind of move them along, if you will. And if they're doing a fantastic job and people like them there, I wouldn't be necessarily opposed to them staying either. I think the item about moving outside the district for a council, I think that just makes perfect sense. It probably seems like more of an oversight, right? Because it was put there for the mayor if someone moves out of the city. But a council person moving out of their district should disqualify them. I think that's in the spirit of the rest of our proposed boards, authorities, commission. So I'm firmly in support of that. Does anyone else have any comments?
So I will make those adjustments that I discussed today, and the next time this comes back before you, it will actually be for public engagement. So I'll make those adjustments pursuant to the zoning procedures law. We can't have the public hearing until we've made those adjustments available to the public, so the public will have the opportunity to review the next proposed draft and then give you feedback and comments directly at your meeting where this public hearing occurs.
Thank you. And I do want to state again that this is our first piece of zoning ordinance. It is not the totality. This is really, if anyone has seen it and seen what was published, it's really just about establishing the composition and terms, some of the meeting rules and procedures, again, for the Planning Commission and the Zoning Board of Appeals. It is by no means the larger zoning ordinance that the city will have. So I wanted to make sure I specified that. All right, hearing no other comments or questions, I'd like to move on to item 12B, which is a consideration approval of the statement of work for the Recruitment Alliance with the HR Knowledge Source, also known as HRKS LLC, and authorize the mayor to negotiate and execute an agreement with this entity. Mr. Manager, is there a representative? No, you're going to speak to this directly?
Yes, sir, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor and Council. I will speak to it briefly, and we do have a representative here. If you want to ask a few questions, she can entertain them. As you mentioned early, as we gear up to establish our city services both internally and externally, we'll need an HR component to kind of fine-tune our coordination for recruitment, interviewing, and onboarding of our new hires. Additionally, we want to centralize these services and establish a foundation for our HR department. We will be looking for an HR director, but we want to kind of get things kind of streamlined and centralized in place because we are about to start a hiring onslaught, if you will, and ahead of our required 3 services by June 2025. And as I know you all are familiar with the services we're going for, and you've seen some of the structures we set up. So now it's also to simultaneously start fast pacing without compromising quality our hiring process. And so we're asking that we bring HR Knowledge, LLC, I apologize, on board. They'll also be assisting me in assessing the current hiring pay chart and onboarding practices for my review, and then subsequently, once they do look at, as you mentioned, on the deferral of the pay chart, as we look at a system, I'll be coming forward to the council with recommendations that'll establish something that's going to be sustainable, really, hopefully, for the next few years. So that's the purpose. I've looked at 3 different firms and found this one to be the best fit. I talked with them extensively, and so I don't have anything else. I'm there. Come with my high recommendation. Ms. Lauren Chetty is here. I think the partner is Ms. Cherie Knows. And if you all would like to ask her a few questions, she can. I'll bring her up to the podium, or you can ask me some questions. But I am looking for council support on this so we can begin. You would be very impressed. There are a line of talented people that want to come work for Mableton. And right now I am the stop point because I want to bring them on board correctly. And I mean, we got some talented people really wanting to come to our city. And so let's get them. And so this will help us do that. So I believe in this process, and I will ask that the council approve the resolution as allow the mayor to negotiate. So I'll turn the floor over to Mayor if the council wants to ask questions of me or Ms. Chetty. Ms. Cherie Knows is also the founding partner of this firm, and she's out some Goldman Sachs fancy executive training. But she sends her regards, and she sent obviously Lauren Chetty, her trusted partner here, to work with us. So questions we'll take now if you have any.
Thank you. Would you mind taking a podium and giving us 2 minutes of an overview of the firm and then the services that are being proposed to work with the city?
Hi, I'm Lauren Chetty. Thank you guys so much for having me here tonight. I'm here on behalf of Cherie Knowles and HR Knowledge Source. We are an inclusive, faith-based firm that is minority and woman-owned, founded here in Cobb County. We provide business consulting solutions, primarily in human resources, in talent acquisition, and culture. We have provided, after speaking with City Manager Tanks, a comprehensive discussion with him to truly understand what it is that the City of Mableton needs and how we can support them. All of our proposals are custom really to the clients that we're helping, and we tailor our solutions to make them targeted to their needs and their company culture. So we are proposing to offer a variety of services, primarily focusing on helping with the hiring and staffing and making sure that that is comprehensive and inclusive and as streamlined as possible, so that you know that the people that you have in those positions are people that really meet the needs of Mableton as well as your culture fit.
Thank you. Mary, any questions? I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, Mr. Manager, if you don't have anything else, I'd like to entertain a motion for consideration and approval. Oh, hold on.
Looks like Ms. Hernan has a question.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm reading body language. I'm reading faces and body language. Are there questions?
Yeah, I think TJ might have the same.
Whether,
Go ahead, TJ.
well, let's get a motion first, and then if we have some discussion. So at this point, I'd like to entertain a motion that we authorize myself as mayor to negotiate and execute an agreement with the HR Knowledge Source.
I'll make a motion for the mayor to authorize and negotiate and execute with HR knowledge source.
Thank you. I have a second.
That was,
I'll second.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion? Councilman Ferguson? Herndon?
I actually had a question. Will we be receiving more information on the scope? Are we going to be receiving more information at some point about the scope of the work that they're doing, and just a little bit more detail than what we had in the package?
Yes, Councilwoman Herndon, I could actually send that entire scope to the council, but in summary, they're going to help with the screening, the recruiting. I think you know how we've done that somewhat in the past, but we're going to bring it all into one function to help with the screening, the recruiting, looking at our pay chart, making sure that we are attractive, not just competitive, that we are attractive, and coming up with some recommendations that I'll come back to the council for. But we're immediately going to start looking at candidates out there been waiting, and look at our code enforcement and our planning and zoning teams. We're going to start that one soon. So once they get things streamlined, their first thing is to look at our system, make sure we're legal, make sure we're following HR practices that will protect the city. They know all that, the nuances of that, and then they'll start with the interview. And then beyond that, they're going to look at our onboarding and some of our current needs in terms of policies, benefits, the things that Susan has worked on, to kind of take that off her plate and have it in-house, so they can make sure when we are recruiting, our employees know where they're coming, what their pay future could be, what their benefits are. So those are the first two things. And then in the future, they will help us establish a foundation for an HR director, which will be immediately recruiting. And then from there, once we get that system in place, we'll be talking about policy. So they're going to partner with us through that whole policy, that we become self-sufficient and have that HR function up and running, so we can have our 3 services staffed. But I will also send the full scope of what they described and share it with everyone. And the mayor gets to negotiate some terms on that if it's something we're concerned with.
Thank you.
I'll wait to get the scope document because I can barely hear what you were saying down here.
I apologize. Yes, sir, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you. So what did you say was this, the future, the second stage?
The second stage is to lay the foundation for our HR director, that we hire an HR director to come in. They at least have a system that they can build upon, look at, and then position us that an HR director will come in and take over a system that's set up and been established and build upon it. Right now, we could bring someone else have to come build a system, come pull components from certain pieces of our very Marine-like staff. but they'll take full ownership in that, and they'll help us set it up, and also watch us go through the process of transitioning from a startup to an operational HR function.
Okay, so my question, just to be clear, so this organization is going to be kind of starting the foundation for our HR processes, and then other departments will be in charge of hiring staff, or are they doing both?
They will do both. So right now, a good example is, without giving out too much details, we had open applications out on Indeed that takes people to go pull the applications, screen the applications. We had another firm doing that, but they're going to be involved with a heavy engagement. As we know, they're about to take on a very heavy engagement, so it kind of takes them out of place. So this is a step up from what was already in place, and they're going to be a little bit more robust because this is their area of expertise. So yes, we have openings for, as you know, code enforcement, community development, planning and zoning, possibly zoning managers, economic development director. There's a myriad of positions. I'll be coming back making recommendations. For 3 services, we'll need a sanitation lead. We need to start looking at all those positions and then come back and say, here's what we got set for these positions for the 3 services. So if I was to summarize it, they're going to help us prepare the staff for 3 services primarily. That's their primary function. While they're doing that, they'll look at our setup, considering our current pay system without going to names, looking at our current benefit setup. It would be nice if we go call a recruiter candidate that's established working place, and they want to know, hey, what's your retirement package? and right now we could tell them, but there's two or three of us doing that. If we have that centralized, all the information is centralized, they're going to one source. Meanwhile, that's the second thing. And then at the same time, they'll be doing recruitment for some of our directors. We need a finance team. One person can't do finance. We need an HR director, a community development director, because we're about to take on planning and zoning. We kind of want someone in-house while that transition is being made, instead of putting them in a position where they have to play catch-up. So they're going to help us do the recruitment, the interviewing, the hiring, and then again, setting up a foundation for an HR director to come over and take over that function.
So two basic components to this.
Yes, sir.
One is on the talent recruitment all the way through onboarding. The other part of this is the foundational aspects of the HR department maturing that.
Yes, sir.
Two items, two pathways, and so we are engaging them for both of those services.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then my last question is, and I don't know if the representative would be good to answer this question, based on the recruitment aspect, what is your company's experience with positions that are related to city government?
Yeah, come back up.
You can come back up.
Because this is being recorded.
So what really makes us different in the recruitment sphere is that we are very hands-on. We have a team of recruiters that have decades of experience in this industry. They've worked with the city of Norcross. We've also worked with the city of Atlanta in HR. You hardly, yes, thank you. I'm from Seattle originally. Sorry, you guys. And so, but what really makes us different is that it's the hands-on approach that we take. Every single person that we recruit, it's not just a matter of looking over their resume and saying, oh, they check XYZ box. It's having the discussions with the city workers that they'll be engaging with, getting an idea of the culture fit. As I mentioned before, culture is a big part of what we do, making sure that that is key. If we're doing the job description, looking over those, making sure they fit what truly you guys need. I'm sure we've all had that experience before where you've gone and you've looked at a job description and you've applied, and then what they actually need when you get in there is totally different. We make sure that that is minimal to non-existent, so that the people that you're actually getting to that final stage of the interview process, we've fully vetted. We've met with them, we've spoken with them, we've gotten to know how they interact on a cultural level, as well as their ability to actually do the work in a way that fits your guys' needs. So we do have the city experience as well as that customized approach to recruitment.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any more questions?
No, my question has been answered. Thank you.
Thank you.
My goodness.
All right,
Thank you.
having no more questions, I'd like to call. I'd like to go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of allowing the mayor to negotiate and execute an agreement with the HR knowledge source, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. This takes us to item 13, which is other business and discussion. I'm not aware that we have any specifically. Madam Attorney, Mr. Manager, any items under other business discussion? Madam Clerk?
I have nothing there.
No comments.
No.
Mr. Mayor, I would just ask that we recommend that we go in executive session for the purpose of real estate.
Well, duly noted, indeed. Council, anyone else have any other business or discussion that stands before us? All right, hearing none, we will now move forward to our city manager. I think you just made a comment about executive session. That's fine.
Apologize.
We know we're getting ready to go there. Anything else that you have to add, sir?
No, sir. I think you may have something about. Okay, I do want to say. Mableton will be 1 year old on June 1st. by the skin of our chin, what they say, the skin of your chin, and we are able to pull off a 3-day event recognizing the 1-year anniversary of the City of Mableton, starting off with a golf tournament on Thursday at Dogwood, and then Friday morning we're going to have a Legends breakfast at Lions Club for seniors, recognizing some of our seniors that have made a contribution to our community. And then on Saturday, a festival at the Mableton Town Square. We've talked with the Lions Club already. Barry Krebs is there. We've asked for support. We ask if you would either go to our website or, I don't know if we have flyers here or not, but check our website or contact me and we'll get you information. We're trying to get information out to the community as soon as possible. I believe a press release has gone out.
Correct.
But come and celebrate with us, Mableton being 1 year old.
Thank you, sir. Madam Attorney, do you have anything?
No, Mayor.
No comments for the clerk either. Councilman Davis?
Yes, good evening, everyone. First, want to again congratulate the Friends of Mableton for for the award. I always have a problem with that, don't I? For the award, it was well deserved. Also, want to thank everyone who came out for the District 1 and 2 Town Hall. It was very informative. We really enjoyed it, and it was good to see everybody's faces there. And again, I'm going to say this, I know I sound like a broken record, but it's always good to see the involvement of the community each time we have these city council meetings, because they're invaluable. It's invaluable that you guys come and show up. It does our hearts good, and it does good for the city as well. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Oladapo.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilman Davis. I always feel like Councilman Davis just takes the word right out of my mouth every time we have to make a comment. But I also want to thank everyone who was present at the town hall that we held for District 1 and 2. It was great to see all of you, very engaging conversation. We got a lot of updates from the city manager, the mayor, Officer Lyle, Major Hurst, and I think it was a great time. So thank you all so much for taking the time to come out. And just want to thank you all for being here today and sharing your valuable time with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jeffcoat.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you all for coming out. I have a few things I want to touch on. There was an election yesterday, so I just want to thank everyone who made the decision to run. To pick up the mantle of public service is not an easy one. It takes a certain level of commitment and sweat equity and energy and all those things. And so I want to congratulate those that won and those that did not win. I will hope that you would stay engaged and keep going, because we're going to need all of your help. I do want to recognize one of the constituents that lives in my district. Happy birthday, Mr. Scotty.
25's never looked better.
Yes, 25. I also want to mention that District 3 and District 5 will have their town hall meeting on May 28th. So that's next Tuesday. It's the day after Memorial Day. And so hopefully you'll enjoy those festivities over the weekend, and you'll come out to hear what District 3 and District 5 has to say regarding what's happening in our community. I will provide some updates. It's going to be held at the Impact Worship Center at 6925 Mableton Parkway, and it'll be from 6 to 8 p.m. We'll also have light refreshments, and so I hope to see all of you there. Happy Memorial Day also. The Memorial Day weekend is coming up. I know there are a lot of festivities that will be going on. So hope that you and your families will have a happy Memorial Day. And then also, please come and celebrate our 1-year anniversary with us. I can't believe it's been 1 year already. A lot of work that we've put into this city, and I'm ready to celebrate and have a great time. So I hope to see you all out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ott.
Thank you all for being here tonight. I don't have any well, actually I do. Y'all don't really look like the crowd for this, but on June 29th, the next month, at the South Cobb Regional Library, I will be hosting a class to teach about backyard chicken keeping in unincorporated Cobb County and Mableton. So if you've ever had an interest in it, there will be some feathered guests as well. So it will be fun if you've just ever had an interest. So I hope you will join me next month. I'll make another announcement at the next meeting. But thank you all for being here tonight.
That's awesome. Do we have an ordinance for that? I'm just kidding.
I'm assuming it'll be the same as unincorporated Cobb. Let me know if it's changed, though.
Councilman Ferguson.
I can't top backyard chicken keeping. So the true value of a smart city lies in its ability to foster innovation, sustainability, and inclusivity while enhancing the well-being of its citizens, and I also want to add its visitors. So reason number 365 why Mableton needs to be a city. I was in Dallas last week in meetings about the FIFA World Cup that's coming June 2026.
Yes.
And you might think that is far off, but no. And you might think that's just a couple of games, but no. I spoke with other host cities, and the suburbs are getting to work on their cities to to have watch parties, to have different events in their areas, because something that's going to happen is teams are going to play here and then they're going to go, but then they're going to come right back. So this, I believe, will be one of those cities where you can expect the teams to live here. So that whole 30 to 45 days that the World Cup is going to be played, the city of Atlanta is going to be on. We want to have a part of that as the city of Mableton, so we've got to get ready now, which is why you will start to see a number of things happening very quickly to make sure that we are starting to set that up, because 2 years is not a long way. So all I want to say is we need to start preparing Mableton for the World Cup and beyond now. So you're going to see, again, my biggest ask is going to continue to be your continued support, ideas, questions, tap on the shoulder, don't forget sort of things, because it's going to move quickly and there's going to be a lot. And again, while I know it's short notice, I would like to extend an invitation for you all to the District 3 and 5 Town Hall, which will happen on Tuesday, 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. See how long Councilwoman Jeff Coat talks.
I think you got me beat.
But at the Impact, we're looking forward to it. And from what I was not able to get to the other town halls, but from what I heard, they all brought it. So it seems like I love a good challenge. So let's pack out the room and let's have a good time. That's all I have. Thank you.
Right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out. And my only comment is the city of Mableton needs you. So if anyone is interested in participating with our commissions, boards, and authorities, whether you're in my district or someone else's district, I have a nice list of the boards that we are going to be setting up with a short description. So feel free to reach out to me and I can send you that information, and you can reach out to your local council member if you're interested in signing up. There's a lot of interesting boards that are going to be set up, and I think there's so many of you with talents and experience that you do maybe day to day in your job or as a hobby that can really translate very well for the city of Mableton. So we need you, and please feel free to reach out and contact us if you need any additional information. And that's all. Thank you.
Mayor, can I just take 2 seconds? I'll let you reclaim your time. To Councilwoman Herndon's comment, if you go to the website, mableton.gov, and you click on Mableton City Council in the menu, there will be a section that says get involved. So that also lists all of the different, remember the meeting that we had about the cabs and where the mayor went through all those and he showed you the slides? That is all on that site under Get Involved. And then again, talk to your city council or your council person, which is just above it, so you'll know who we are and you'll know how to get in touch with us to let us know what you'd like to do. Don't worry.
Good evening. There's a couple of things I want to address this evening. I think first and foremost, I want to echo our city manager and talk about the 1 year of our city and the fact that, number one, we're still here. We're still here. We're still a city, and we are moving forward. Yeah, you know. There has been a tremendous amount of activity, plenty of activity that you guys have seen, but an incredible amount of work that's taken place that the public has not been privy to. You know, the advent of having a multi-day celebration to commemorate this 1 year anniversary was something that I really wanted to see happen. But the fact of the matter is everyone's busy trying to stand the city up and doing the hard work that it takes. But we are persisting on, we're moving forward, and next week, as the city manager said, we will be having a multiple day events, festivals to cover that, beginning with next Thursday with a golf tournament at a golf course that is in the city of Mableton, Dogwood, which I think as a city, we want to promote. They're a public-private course, but they are a golf course that's in the city, and even talk with the Cobb Tourism, I worked with them to modify their information to make sure that they were clear when they talked about the golf course that was in Mableton. It's part of an economic generator of the city, and we want to help promote more things like that. So that is on the 30th, on the Tuesday. On that next morning, that Friday morning, the 31st, it was mentioned our Living Legends Seniors Brunch. This is an opportunity for seniors across the city to be able to come out to enjoy free brunch, some entertainment. We will be bestowing 2 Living Legend Awards onto 2 very deserving seniors within our city. So please come out for that. Young or old, you can register on our website as well. Saturday morning, we will have a family and friends fun run. So 1 mile run, walk, crawl, whatever suits your fancy. Basically in the Mableton Square area, the Mableton Town Hall. Immediately proceeding after that, where there's going to be a festival of sorts that we're going to have on the square. Just come out, have fun. We'll have some vendors, a few food trucks. The goal is that we commemorate who we are and what we've accomplished thus far. And the last component that was actually left out, which is on that Sunday, I've reached out to numerous pastors across the city and basically just asked them to take part in the celebration with their congregations in the way that they see fit to commemorate. I have kind of committed to getting to some of those services. I don't know how many I will be able to get to. I won't commit anyone else to it, but it would be great if, from a sense of community, that our goal is to offer something for everybody that they can commemorate and come out and support. So again, go to the website, mableton.gov/events. You can find out more information there, and you can register and sign up. The second thing I wanted to note was last week, Tunnels for Towers had their groundbreaking. It's the old Wingate Hotel, which is right down the street from here. It was, if you were able to come, if you missed it, it was a fantastic event. They really went all out to make sure that they were committing to the citizens, to the community, and to the city of Mableton, that they were here to be a positive force, and that they truly want to be partners. They have committed to refurbishing that hotel to bring it up to modern standards. It's going to be 95 living apartments, if you will, efficiency type apartments. Currently it's about 103 units, so they're going to pare it down, make them a little bit bigger. We've also talked about them being able to partner, and how could they partner more with the city, knowing that we will have a Veteran Affairs Commission coming soon as one of our cabs. I did have a discussion specifically with them about that. But it was a fantastic event. They brought food. There was a pageantry. They literally brought the color guard from the New York City Port Authority down here, along with a host of volunteers, and really made it for a great event. Amongst the dignitaries was also some of the family members from Mr. Siller. If you aren't familiar with Tunnel for Towers and how the organization got started, it's really commemorate 9/11 and the people who, the first responders, the Gold Star families, and extension out to veterans. surrounding that cause. So there were members of the family there. The president and CEO of Home Depot was here that morning as well, lending his support to the effort. So of course, I had to bend his ear about the city of Mableton and how they could potentially partner with us and what's going to happen there. I also participated and gave the senior charge at Pebblebrook High School to their STEAM program. This was the first senior class to graduate from Pebblebrook in their STEAM program. A lot is made of Pebblebrook and their Performing Arts Magnet program. But the principal, Dr. G, has made STEAM a cornerstone for that high school. In a short amount of time she's been there, she was at Lindley Middle, I think, prior to that. She has made this a priority, and I got an opportunity to hang out and meet with a lot of the students that was graduating from that STEAM program. 100% of the students are going to 4 universities, 100% of them. I think it's fantastic. In short, I told them to keep their heads up. We need visionaries, be smart, go out and do great things, and then come back to the city of Mableton and start great businesses. So I really enjoyed that. And lastly, I wanted to share, I also wanted to state that I've been in conversations with Senator John Ossoff and Reverend Warnock's office about continuing to partner with the city of Mableton, understanding where we are and where we want to go, things that we want to do. And I could tell you that both of their offices continue to be supportive, and they're actually waiting for us to continue to move and progress so that there are opportunities, whether they're grants or direct congressional funding, ways that they can help inject and help move us forward. So I wanted to make sure I mentioned that. Again, folks are watching and things are happening. Lastly, I would just like to say on May the 10th, or prior to that, but I received an invite by the Vice President of the United States, Madam Kamala Harris, and was able to attend a reception at her residence at the Naval Observatory in Washington, D.C. And I took that opportunity, obviously, to talk as much as I could about Mableton and our upcoming 1-year anniversary and the honor and challenge it's been to be the newest city in the state, arguably the newest city in the country. I can tell you I brought her greetings on behalf of the city council, the city, and every single one of you. And she was intrigued and excited, and were actually able to ask me quite a few questions, and I have had a follow-up since. Don't know what's going to come out of it, not giving any promises, but wherever I go and whatever I do, I am bringing greetings from the city of Mableton and doing the best I can to make sure that we're put on a map in every opportunity, from the highest of high of the White House all the way to the state capitol, to our county system. I'm advocating for this city in climes high and low. So with that, thank you all for being here. I do appreciate it. And I will get back to city manager's earlier request and open the floor for a nomination or for entertaining a motion to take us into executive session for litigation, real estate, and personnel.
I make a motion to move into executive session for litigation, real estate, and personnel.
I second.
Thank you. Being moved and seconded. All those in favor of moving to executive session for litigation, real estate, and personnel, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you all for coming. If you do not plan on staying, those of you who are going to be at training tomorrow, is that 8 a.m.?
9 a.m.
9 a.m. tomorrow at Georgia Municipal Association. Thank you all.
That's 61 by Carolyn Thomas's.
All right, thank you everyone for waiting. We appreciate your patience while we were in executive session. With that, I'd entertain a motion to bring us out of executive session.
I'll make a motion to leave executive session.
I second.
Motion's been made and duly seconded. All in favor of returning from executive session, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Hearing no oppositions, we will. Coming out of executive session, I think there's only one motion that was made. So coming out of executive session, I believe there is one motion to be made. So I'll entertain a motion at this point in time from Councilwoman Oladapo.
I move that we authorize the mayor to finalize and execute the lease agreement for 6116 Mableton Parkway within the parameters of the approved spending plan.
I second.
Thank you. There's a motion, and it's been seconded to allow me to move forward with a negotiation on item that was presented today as 8A, which was the location at 6116 Mableton Parkway. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you. We'll move forward with 6116 Mableton Parkway. That concludes all of the items that we have on the agenda this evening. With that being said, I'd like to entertain a motion for adjournment.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. So moved. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Ayes have it. We are officially adjourned. Thank you, ladies and gents. With a reminder, next meeting will be June the 5th.